I'll come back to workers and resources. Let's continue our run, see if we earn some money. Tusedi has been set up, which will provide us with fire safety in the area. At least that's the hope. And we should be able to run our farm without worries through the next year. Starting to sow and harvest and seeing how our income will be while making some crops. Might take a few years to become profitable, but it will be a consistent income into our coffers that will just continue existing. On the other side, we are about to finish our bridge and can start construction work towards the fire station and the construction office in this area, so that we may have some residents over here, providing fire safety first and foremost to the pump jacks in the area. And once we have that set up, hopefully one pump jack will be enough to give us a profitable western side as well. Maybe we'll need 2 pump jacks, we'll see. We'll also have to bring some foreign workers here to run this consistently. We might just build the infrastructure first, all of the road segments. They are all long enough where the main road can be built with machinery. And that might be something that we can do until winter stops, and then we'll get started on the construction office and all of the facilities. Technical service is not important to have it right away. We can run with a free technical service until we get it set up. I'll have to be on the ball and make sure we get that set up and operational quite quickly. Hopefully it doesn't take too much money. I don't know if I should set up another oil well here, maybe with an oil tank. Consolidating our trucks, picking up more than one oil well might be reasonable, though I don't want to go overboard, but one additional one seems like it could be a good idea. And yeah, then I would need to pump everything into a storage tank, and I would have to get pumps and pipes, and that would all cost a lot of things. Let's just leave it running for now. It is profitable, and it is paying the interest rate for our loan as we pay it back, 1,700 per month. We're already above that, so currently we are profitable. Let's not change that for now. We'll have to plan out our next settlement or start work on the heating plant, which might be more reasonable to do. That would allow us to have more population inside Carabadag, but the heating plant itself would be quite expensive. 73 tons of steel for the heating plant itself. A bunch of parking lots will be necessary. We will need a bunch more cars to run it. We might even need more parking lots in general. Yeah, it's a concern. Let's just get started with the farm. Slowly add vehicles to it. Expand the fields that we have. I'm thinking 4 tractors, 5 harvesters, and the rest being trucks to bring in the harvest. Maybe 5 tractors, 6 harvesters or something. In total. But yeah, we can probably set up a few more fields. little bit sick today, so my voice might be a little bit weird. It should be lined up. It does not want to build towards here, I guess. That's fine. If we know that, then we can make this a little bit longer. This is straight. Hello, low runner. Welcome. This should be straight as well. I'll have another road here, just for reasons. Doesn't look pretty. Maybe we can use a large field instead. How are you doing, low runner? Hope everything's fine. It doesn't want to align as well. Oh well. That's okay. Maybe some smaller fields instead. Yeah, let's get a few small fields here. Tractors are now running. Why? Oh, they're fertilizing the field. Sure, you can go ahead and do that if you want. This might also run a lot with basically the fields recovering themselves, because we won't be able to sow and harvest everything. Why is this not lining up perfectly? Oh well. Doesn't have to. It's a bunch of fields. It's fine. I will need a road connection though. This is definitely not... Wait. This lines up perfectly. Oh, it does line up perfectly. Wow, okay. Cool. So we could make this line up too. If I just hit the right setting. That's not it. It's longer on both sides for some reason. Oh, because there's a road here, right. Now it matches. Now it lines up fine. Okay. Hello, Tillman. Start filling up the farm with fertilizer while planting the farms. Yeah, it's already filling up. Well, one truck is filling it up. The fields themselves were placed for a year and they have recovered fertility naturally, so it's quite good the way it is. I might have so many fields that I don't actually need that much fertilizer. Hopefully the tractors will always pick the best fields to run. I guess I could increase the minimum requirement of fertilizer. Is that done by... Isn't that done in here? I thought there was a setting somewhere. Minimum fertility 100. So we'll have so many fields that we don't need fertilizer. The fields just basically recover themselves over time. All I'm concerned about right now is making some fields that look kinda pretty and a little bit diverse. Giving the farms some flavor. I probably have to upgrade them to gravel eventually. That's quite the big distance here, but that's fine. Dirt footpaths, yeah, that too. I could add some dirt footpaths along this road to make this a little bit prettier. So it doesn't clip into the road, but it wasn't that bad for now. And I'm using the roads themselves for now. See how that will work. So we have quite a lot of roads this time around. But maybe it'll work. Problem is that it snaps to the placement of the center. Well, we can do that. Yeah, I don't like that. Okay, that looks much better. We'll go for a road here. Can we... doesn't want to do that, looks like. Then we'll have to use a triangular road here. That'll work. looks good what you're doing with the fields. Already finally caught up with your new series up to yesterday's episode. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I try to only upload one per day. I have all three, or all four of the previous ones on YouTube already, but I don't want to push them out as fast as I'm streaming, because sometimes I'm streaming twice a day and then you have like 8 hours of episode. That could annoy a few people. So it's basically one episode a day on YouTube. The car challenge was really hard last time. Back then I still had trains and everything. This time we'll see how it goes. The heating plant will be the first test, the large heating plant to get the pollution out of Carabadag. If we can run this with cars, then we should be fine. We'll have to see. Looks like we are building on the western border, so the roads seem to be connecting. Cool. It's continuing the road construction apparently. We will have to get some foreign workers for this section of road, because it's too short. Heating plant is the real test indeed, yeah. Okay, so I don't have to micromanage this. We don't need the construction office early. We'll get the fire station set up a bus route. Could already get a water and sewage truck, but that doesn't make sense. Also need waste trucks and everything here. We have 200,000 US dollars set to get the town set up and start exporting. But by the looks of things, we could also now pump some rubles back into US currency if things get tight. I would like to repay the loan first though, so we'll let it slowly tick. And maybe we can get rid of the loan in rubles. But I think the eastern side for now is stable. We'll repay the loan, get 100,000, and then we should be safe. And then we can also get the farm set up to export. We need a bunch of money for that to get it running. Fire station with 3 workers might sound a little bit low, and it is. But it should send continuous amounts of workers here, so once the fire truck arrives to a fire, the 3 workers will remain there until the fire is extinguished, and then the other buildings will still send workers into the fire station every now and then. Ideally, I would like to have more workers though. We need to fill up this building, and then we should have enough workers to keep everything staffed sufficiently. We are currently not researching logistic optimization, because we are a little bit low on worker count here, so they should get a university education for now. Population growth also seems to be stagnating. Last year we had a good growth, this year lots of escapes from relocation. And it went down a little bit, so we'll need to be a bit careful. I think I'll keep building these roads. I can already do that. It's costing a little bit of bitumen, but that should be fine. Yeah, we'll build this whole section of road. One excavator per side, one roller, one paver. They can slowly work on that. Will take a lot of material, but yeah, shouldn't cost us too much. Work towards this area. Set up an excavator. And then prepare this area for crossing. This road section is long enough. This is not. This will need 25-ish workers to finish. Snowplow. 2 kilometers. Does not cross the bridge. I'm gonna change that and put it at 3 kilometers. Gotta make sure that it does not go towards this bridge though. Ah, that's fine. If it wants to plow that bridge, it's okay. Maybe I'll get a few more tractors. I don't want to overdo it. I could run the farm without fertilizer, the way things are set up. I wonder if I can fit this little section of farm, maybe? This is what I want to fix. Okay, now it's fixed. Farm did reset its fertility though, but that's fine. We do have enough fields. So we're providing a little bit of fertilizer throughout the year to the farm, but mainly I would like to make my own. It has a very long time to fill up. It probably will get filled up throughout the year. Actually, I only need one side of the road here, so I'm gonna lose a little bit of gravel, but yeah, let's only build one side. That'll be better. The lost gravel I'm not crying about, and we didn't lose any extra bitumen. Okay. Building construction already assigned itself. I thought these construction offices weren't in range. Yeah, the auto search is all the way over here, but it looks like if it keeps building, it just keeps assigning itself. Not complaining. A little bit worried about the money, but we can probably get everything set up that we need. We don't need the technical service. Theoretically, we don't need the construction office. That one is optional. I mean, all we need is the fire station and the connection to the oil well for now, since we're going to run the fire station with 4 workers. We could run towards that right away, set up the electricity. Let's do that. Set up the electricity, set up the oil well, the fire station. Relocate one snowplow over here to make sure the fire station always has fire safety. I might have to buy an extra one. They can then take care of the bridge, so you don't have to be 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers will be fine. Okay. And we need a gas station in the area. We'll empty out that gas station. Might want to relocate it. And drop stuff in here. Money's going down quite quickly. But that was because we bought a vehicle that cost 20,000. A tenth of the money we still had left. And we do need to probably run our existing tankers for the oil at first. I hope the foreign workers won't be too expensive. I still need fire trucks. Yeah, we might have to shove some money into US currency first. Do I want another oil well over here? Kinda do. Oil well would be quick to set up. It's only the oil well. Get a few vehicles to export. Shouldn't be too expensive. Except for the vehicles, of course. But I think running more oil export will be nice. We need like 5 of them. So 40,000 rubles. I will get 4 of them and then relocate one of the other ones to that line. So each line has then 5 trucks. This one currently should have 6. One and 4 will have priority. Yeah, the US currency is going down quite quickly. It feels like, especially when we start building any of these buildings. We should have an excavator here. Probably doing a road construction first. Okay, let's set up another oil well on the eastern side, so we may pay for the western border. If we run out of US currency, all construction will cease, but nothing should be impacted. So the US dollars running out right now is not a concern yet. If we have people living there, it will be. But we could also hook them up to the eastern electricity, so that is also not a concern. We'll have to see. Let's get another tractor. Let's run 3 tractors. If some fields will be left fallow, that's fine. They will be at a higher fertility for next year. So we should not worry about trying to run all fields for now. And at some point I'll plant some trees to make it look a little bit more interesting. Like that point is right now. really need some silo 1968 build, plan some money for that. Probably. Also, I didn't leave any room for the train tracks coming out here, but this whole area can be shortened and have the train tracks come through here. Or we can have the train tracks come out that way as well and go across here. Yeah, probably a better idea to have a silo rather than having so many trucks that we export it really quickly. Export it throughout the year would be smarter. For now, we're gonna go for the extra pump jack. We're gonna go for 4 extra trucks, as I said, and see how that affects our money earned. The fuel and oil price should not be impacted at all yet by the low quantities we are exporting. It's even going up. So yeah, we should provide a little bit extra. The price in ruble went down, but not too bad. I'll move over 1 vehicle first. Let me actually get these. I'll grab one of these vehicles, send it over to the next pump jack, and then attach the other 4 trucks to that route. I need a lot of money to get things set up this year. Grain silo would be nice. I don't want to build a small one as a temporary solution, but this is very expensive. It is not the largest one we could get, but still. There would be a smaller one as an option. 31 tons of steel for 800 storage. Or we could get a warehouse, I guess. Repair happening here. That's fine. It's very slow, but it does work. We need our distribution offices for that to stop being an issue. Complaints over here are minimal, 62% happiness, and this has also raised back over 40% up to 48% happiness, so now Justini is actually stable. I could try and open everything up, but I don't think I have the population for it yet, so we won't do that. We'll let it run like it is for now. Once this building fills up, I can probably let everyone go where they want to go. And then we'll have a considerable amount more people working in the headquarters of the party. The research is not as urgent right now, since we don't have the second step up yet anyway. For that we need Svidava to get both researches done. I should probably let them tell me if the pump check gets completed, which will happen fairly quickly since it only requires steel mechanical components, and a road crane with a bus full of 20 workers will finish that in no time. Yep, looks like this area will have to wait a little bit. We might be able to set up the pump check. Pause all of these buildings and roads, I guess. Roads is enough. Electricity can also be postponed on that end. Waste storage. I don't need to pause these because these roads are so short that they can't get built anyway, except for this one. This one would be important. But yeah. Get the electricity set up. get towards the pump jack. Maybe we can run some exports with our existing infrastructure that way. I'll get the oil trucks for now. So they may refuel already. This is more than 40,000. Let's get... No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Let's get only 2 for now. You said in one of your earlier streams you considered 2 researchers per town. I would propose a compromise for the next round, 1 research per town, but the initial ones creating the department don't count, only researchers that give a real bonus. That would be interesting, yeah. The other thing I was thinking about, which could be challenging, is, well, let's look at it first. So, there are a lot of researchers that do not state they give a bonus, but you mean things like, this would give a bonus, this doesn't give a bonus? I don't think this gives a bonus. There was a lot of researches where I don't know if there's any bonus, any secret bonus behind it. This, I think, technically gives the... oh no, steel cables gives what I think about cableways. The other thing I was thinking about, 1 research per settlement, but if a settlement has more than 1,000 citizens, you get an extra research for it. So to encourage slightly larger towns. This would give us 2 researchers in Carabadag. 300, 600. No, it wouldn't actually give us an extra research yet. Oh no, it would, because this is just workers, this is not population. This, how much population does that have? If only we could see the population numbers. Or maybe, like, to make it easier, 1 research per settlement, but every 1,000 workers you have, you get an extra research. So we would have 1 extra research banked for now. So you could go either multiple settlements or try to push 1 town really large. I don't know. I haven't really given it much thought. I just thought something that limits myself on research where I couldn't get everything would make it really interesting. But it is... This map is very challenging because there's not much buildable space, so at some point we will be locked in with our research. Which isn't a bad thing. That is not a problem. It just makes us focus a bit more. Okay, I think... Oh, wait. Are we still exporting electricity? No wonder our money's pissing away. Let's stop exporting electricity. That's also why we had more rubles. Okay, sure. Let's stop that for now. That was 33,000 per month because I was still exporting. That means we might not have enough money on the ruble side either. Ooh, that's a concern. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Construction will finish with the bus and road cranes. At least it should. We should have enough workers. We're not doing much construction here. It is sending workers here though. Also. But yeah, 1 bus with 20 workers would be enough. Is not. There's a lot of variety that you could think up a limitation with research, I guess. Loyalty down to 25. That's not good. It could lead to an excess of escapes if things go bad. get the trucks right now. I want them. Alright. Basically doubling our export of oil, if it doesn't affect the price too much, will give us 28,000 per month instead of 14, which might match or exceed the clothing. It should exceed the clothing. And if it does drive down the price of oil, it will, as a plus, drive down the price of fuel as well. Yeah, this should not finish that. Okay, now the money is looking a little bit better. I thought like we were building so much and using so much money. It was the electricity export that was draining our coffers. But we'll still go ahead and get the pump check set up first. And get the fire station set up. We only have one road crane, so it's gonna be a little bit slow here for other buildings that might need more than one. But I think we'll set up the construction office. If this is profitable, with the foreign workers for the fire station, we'll just let it run, basically. It'll cut a little bit into our profits, but that's fine. As long as it's profitable, it's fine. Looks like we did finish it. Let's grab a truck. Like you. And replace pump check 1 by pump check 3. And add all the other trucks. Go on, my pretties, make me money. And we're out of money, so we will have to take a small loan of 10,000 to make sure it doesn't become an issue. But hopefully the extra export will quickly recover that. It's only a loan for half a year as well, so the repayment rate will be quite high. And looks like we can already repay it. Have to keep an eye out on any sudden import. We could do a clothing export right now, and I think we shall. Go ahead, do a clothing export. That will put us in the clear until the first oil truck arrives. Yes. I guess there's another oil export for 1,000 rubles, so that price has gone up also quite a lot. That'll be good. Alright, I think I'll feel much better now with 2 oil wells. We don't have enough vehicles probably to run these at full capacity throughout winter, but that's fine. At least during spring to autumn it will run at full efficiency. With the money we earn, we'll set up the farm for harvest. And as was said in chat, we probably should start work on the grain storage. Which is going to be expensive. A smaller grain storage could work. But I think this is going to harvest us more than 800 tons of crops. So we'll set up a proper one. I'm gonna do some math. for the cost of steel. I mean, it should be, if it's 500, it should be 80,000-ish. Doesn't really need to do that much math. It's less than that. So less than 80,000 rubles for the steel. Gravel, concrete and asphalt are quote-unquote free, but we do need 80,000 for the steel itself. So that's what we're saving on to now. Harvesters, trucks to get the harvest in, and the grain silo. We'll let the oil exports spool up for now. They still need to spread themselves out. This one only has 33% quality, which is not ideal. I think I need another pump jack. I don't know what quality I placed them down on. Didn't realize this one was such a shitty one. Maybe we'll set up another pump jack first. This will cost us 3,000. Go ahead and build that. A little bit more than 3,000 because of the mechanical components. What's your problem? Yeah, if we have stuff like that, happen in our game, where snowplows get stuck on weird things, that could ruin us. At least it gives a warning after a while, but all of the workers with their cars were not traveling for the duration. Okay, so this one will probably only need like 2 or 3 trucks. It's very slow. We'll relocate some of them to the other oil well. And an oil tank could work well for us, but it would cost us... What would it cost us? This costs 5,000 for the steel. Plus another gathering pump. Another 6,000. Not too bad. It would make everything way more efficient. We could put the storage tank here on the asphalt road as well. Then we have 3 pump jacks. I probably skipped the 33. I don't know. We spent some money. Probably on fabric. Yeah. Compress the crops into alcohol for easier export, the famous Duseni vodka. Yeah, Duseni, a food distillery here could be a thing that we should do. That's something that I am considering. I didn't want to have a factory in this town, I wanted it in another town, but spreading myself out with too many towns first is probably not a good idea. So we'll need a distillery that is within walking distance of the residential structures here. Somewhere over here. Or on the main road, I guess. Could have a footpath go either side. Damn it. We still have this. This is an asphalt road, so walking distance is fine. It should not combine with the heating plant. If I build the factory over here, this might combine with the heating plant to too much pollution in the area. Ideally directly connected to the silo. Yeah, I don't think I can get people walking over there. I would have to set up a small silo on this side with the distillery over here. Which would be the financially responsible version of what I'm trying to do. So I'm still worried about pollution because of this. But basically I have the distillery over here. I guess I can directly connect it to the farm also. But a silo would help, would make it cheaper. So, distillery. I need more money making ventures, that is for sure. I'll set up an asphalt footpath. That will connect all residential structures. Oh yeah, water, right. I could probably run the water with a water truck, a dedicated water truck for import, rather than building water itself. We'll let this build its groundworks for now. I am worried about the pollution, I have to say. Pollution is a major concern here. And then a small grain silo to start out with. I mean, if it works, then we will have a food factory. A distillery, I mean. Yep, I think you're right. I think this is the best idea right now. Make sure we don't have to import alcohol, give us a little bit of alcohol for export, run it at a low enough capacity where we set it so it will run through our harvest of the year. I still need to save money for more vehicles for the farm. We have half a year to do that. In July we have to have the vehicles ready, like end of July, start of August. Too many vehicles on this terrible pump jack. Let's see what quality we have here. I mean, more vehicles exporting oil is good, but it should run at a pace that makes sense. This costs 3,000 plus probably another 1,000. So get that set up and start exporting more oil. Oil export will be picking up pace now. And we'll stop the construction as soon as all resources are present here, so we don't start importing steel and for the silo itself. It's almost got all the materials. We'll move one truck over here again. Right now this route needs way more. There was a traffic jam and I clicked it away. Where? I assume it was the oil, but I can't be sure. There might be a traffic jam out there now causing a huge amount of problems. Oh well, we'll figure out soon. You like to keep your people at 90% happy? We won't be having the option because I'm not importing electronics at all. Not sure what else to do with happiness. I assume if they have no complaints they would be fine. These have some complaints occasionally. Not exactly sure why. My guess is they go to the bus platform and say, we want electronics before we want anything else, so they don't get electronics and don't get any of the other stuff. Maybe if I make them stop waiting here, they will get everything else. Maybe that's the play to make. Maybe I need to disable that so they wait at home, and if they don't get electronics, they go pick up the other stuff. I don't know if that's going to work, but it's worth a shot. I mean, this will cost us 15,000 for steel, plus another 15,000. Might need to take out a loan to set this up, but probably not. I can probably run it with the oil here. Oh, there's a lot of trucks waiting right now. You should use the asphalt road. I'm serious. No more industrial traffic here, please. No more heavy goods vehicles. Go use the asphalt road. That's what it's there for. Price went down to 900. Oof. Well, I guess the price went down naturally a little bit. I was expecting 500 per load. Right now it's on the up, so we should use that opportunity to make a decent chunk of money. Okay. Bit more gravel, bit more asphalt. Let's leave that open so I can pause it. Oh, I'll pause it right now. There weren't any deliveries happening, so that's fine. The excavators will be set back home. And we can finish it at another time. Some unemployment due to small children. Not over here. It's in here. Well, there is enough capacity in the kindergarten. Must have just been a hiccup. Oh, come on. Work in the kindergarten, damn it. Anyway, I'm interested to see if this will have a positive effect. If it will mean that they will only complain about electronics and not try to get them in order, like go to the bus platform to get electronics, wait there for ages and then not be able to do everything else. We'll see if that's a solution. We could put down an electronics store outside of town so only people with vehicles can get electronics. Concentrate our happiness and loyalty gains. I will relocate one of you to the new route, which is Pump Check 2. Hopefully this one has more efficiency, quality of source. And that will give us a decent amount of income. And then once the farm has been stocked with vehicles, we can think about maybe building an oil tank here and getting all of the vehicles just onto the oil tank, so everything is concentrated. Take a look at the west. We also have an oil well starting to get set up in this area. Everything is still assigned and being built, which is nice. We do have our fire station. I don't need a level 39, that would be crazy. Get that one. That's Ridiculous. I like it. 39 workers for one fire truck. Could have gotten that one. I guess it's only 2,000 more expensive, but no, we'll get something for the residential area that also takes care of the one pump check right now. We won't bring in any foreign workers until we have the pump check, and then start both things up at the same time. You do have Ukrainian DLC, right? You can still build the Kiev circus. Doesn't show up in my games anymore. Tourism, zoo. I don't think it shows up anymore. Doesn't look like it. Not in here either. Nope. Does not show up. That was the very large round building, I think. Or somewhat large round building. Can't build it anymore. New pump check, 65% productivity. We'll go ahead and take that as a replacement for pump check 3 for now. Getting all the vehicles over here instead. So I guess I could spread it out 50-50 again, but we'll have one truck going to pump check 3 with its 35%. And then these ones will be pump check 2. And now they should all be running all of the time. Okay, let's start getting the farming vehicles set up. We'll go for 3 harvesters. Combine. We'll leave 10,000 in the bank in case we do a fabric import or something. But slowly start getting the vehicles ready. While we also build this thing, which will need 15,000, I guess. And the silo will also need 15,000. So hopefully the oil export can catch up and earn us some money. Yeah, it loads so quickly here. That's fine. We don't have a gas station on the road, I guess. They have to come over here to refuel. I also have to build a gas station at some point. There's the import. They sneakily imported multiple things. Fuel. Well, it's not too cold. Let's give it a bit. Does it recover? Probably not. Let's take out another small loan again. Okay, now we recovered. Can pay it back. There's a truck. Yeah, I like to use the Kiev Zoo as a kind of conference center at the outskirts of a city with lots of parking. I'll make a bug report. Yeah, sounds good. Conference center with lots of parking. Interesting. That could be a conference center for all of the university-educated people in our case. AKA a culture building that is out of reach for most of the population. Check the check the store page so it didn't get removed or anything for some reason. I'm not aware of there being anything weird that has happened. Oh god, money, come on. Anything weird that might have happened at the zoo, but maybe there was a scandal or something, I don't know. Probably not, probably just a bug. I didn't realize it. Okay, we could add another truck here. But we should add farming vehicles first and make sure we have enough money to get the storages set up and everything. This will start importing steel soon, so might have to take out a loan for that as well. Money is not looking too hot. Let's take out another 100,000. Could take out 1 million. Another long-term loan, which will raise our repayment rates quite a bit to 3,300. Groundworks over here, need an excavator. This will also need an excavator. Excavator's on its way here. After we have both of these set up and the wire, we will have electricity. This wire will not need to get built to start out with. Okay, I took out a loan. Let's get the farming vehicles in place. Go for 3 harvesters and a bunch of open hull covered hull trucks. These ones are the cheapest. These ones would carry the most. We have 7 tons for 7,000 versus 10 tons for 8,000, so these ones would be better value for money. So we would need less, we could have more vehicles in here. Our farming vehicles will be the MZ504, I guess. These ones would look the neatest, but they're too expensive for how much they can carry. And they don't drive as fast. Driving speed is not a problem though. This is mostly, everything is dirt. I guess if we have a slow vehicle somewhere... Why is this one listed after if I sort by total capacity? It might be sorting by a different value. These ones would also work for us, but they are more expensive than these ones. Could go for these, make it look really shitty. Let's go for some of these. That's expensive. Alright. Yeah, we could have more trucks. Could have more oil export trucks, but just let them run for now. Customs house is getting a bit busy, mostly due to our purchases of vehicles. Need to free up the loading base again. We could upgrade this road and send all of the fuel trucks to that loading station, to that customs house. instead. This is empty, so yeah, we could change the road finally to make that a thing. Have our export vehicles come over here. That will lower the traffic and at the border here. And we can send every export that has high volume to that customs house instead. With this being the road for waiting, basically. Okay, importing of steel has started. We're building the distillery, which already is in walking distance of the residential buildings. We just need... Yeah, I guess we don't need any trucks to export crops, we'll just leave it in the silo. I don't know if 800 plus 144 tons will be enough, 1000, to get our harvest in. We might have to still run some export, but we'll see. More money-making facilities are always a good thing, as long as they don't kill your population with the pollution that they may generate. Okay, only electronics missing, 72 work days. We will need like 12 workers to finish that construction. But then again, we only have one road crane, so let's put it at 20. And assign everything here. This construction process is quite slow. Do I have another free construction office available? Because if I do, I will relocate the excavator right next to the construction site. So it doesn't have to wait for transportation. I have 4 construction offices here. And I have 2 construction offices for road cranes on the eastern side. I don't know what the last one would be. These are... oh, the workers, right. Road crane, and the workers. Theoretically we don't need the road cranes right now, at least not 8 of them. So I'll relocate you here and make this construction office available. And relocate the excavator closer to the construction tasks that are happening in this area. And before you teleport back home, I'm gonna do that right now. So you can drive in here, assign yourself, and continue working. There's a gas station here. It's quite far away, but it'll be fine. Okay, build this. The road crane can also come here. Where is it? It's there. After the construction attempt, we'll relocate the road crane into this as well, so it doesn't have to drive as far. I like the way my garden is laid out. My garden? Do you mean my farms? I don't remember having a garden. You have to guide me to what I did nicely. I don't remember. Okay, get the road crane over here. This will need 20 workers as well. Ah, my farm, okay. Yeah, I tried something different. Something that still was somewhat grid-like, but not too much. And I think with the extra trees it will look really nice. Hopefully we can get the grain silo set up in time. We still have 2 months before harvest, I think. Yeah, lots of angles and roads. And nothing is clipping into each other, which is also nice. Thank you. Get a gas station set up here. Closer to where the proper ones will be at some point. Missing steel. 9,000 rubles. We don't have that, but maybe we export something before we import? Doesn't look like it. We don't have the money for the steel, so let's consolidate that loan away. So we still only have 2 loans, but we have a bit of extra money to make sure the steel imports won't set us up with problems. I'm only changing these. Garage or crossing? Huh. Weird. Wonder if that's a bug. I'm gonna make a screenshot. Factory connection one way. And write it down. Might need a report. Not sure if that's a bug or if it's intentional. Maybe it'll work once the building is set up. But it doesn't need a setup building here also, so I don't know. So this now could catch fire, the power transformer. That is the worrying thing. Should I run workers consistently here? I do have the buses. I think so, yeah. Let's set up the bus route and bring foreign workers to the area. So if there's a fire, the transformer doesn't just burn down. Start and assign you here. And then line space. I'll give it a little bit of hope on fire safety. It shouldn't cost too much money, only bringing in 7 workers every now and then. The excavator should probably do the road first, but this is almost done anyway. That's fine. All resources for the silo are ready. Food factory is set up. We will need a water truck here. I could set up a water tower and just... Well, I can't load into the water tower without a vehicle, without a unloading station. We'll just get a water truck. Oh, this one drives so fast, but this one has more capacity. But this one costs way more. Maybe I should get 2 of these instead. How many parking lots do I have? I think I have only 2, right? I need to leave 1 open. Yeah, there's only 2 parking spaces here. Okay, we have to get the larger one. And it costs us another 10,000 rubles. So expensive. And we'll go here, load water, and bring it into the distillery and wait until unloaded. Waste pickup. We need to set up a waste storage here where we can get biological waste and then dump it into a dump that turns it into fertilizer. So we'll have a dump over here. But that's for the future. It won't be expensive to set that up, like just a regular old dump. And then drive all of the biological waste from the food factory in this building. This is only concrete and gravel, that's free. Yeah, sure. We'll use that as a fertilizer making dump. I think. I mean, even the factory connection is technically free. It still costs us bitumen, of course. And then over here we will need a waste storage to filter out the biological waste, but for that one we will need to have a large one. And then we can set up. I hope this is connected. Let me make sure. I didn't pay attention to the distance. Yes, it is connected, okay. Even should be connected with a gravel path. Tillman, no links are allowed, but yeah. Are you making any money? I should be. I'm just spending a lot right now because I'm building things to make me more money. Which is a concern. Like the highway U-turn is basically two roads spaced apart, and then we have the U-turn in the middle. Like so. So they drive here and drive around. We spent a lot of money. We bought a bunch of vehicles. But that should have set us up for harvest season. We got 2 new buildings that will make us more money with the crops, so we don't have to export it. Yeah, this one can't be set for some reason. I guess it could still pull the crops into the large farm. I don't know. My hope is that we will make more money once harvest season starts. We'll have to wait and see. Limit the amount of pollution and crops running through here, even though we don't have that many workers anyway. If need enable disable road snapping. Oh, was that the reason last time? That's good to know. So this is center, but if I disable... Ah, okay, thank you. That's interesting. I wonder what happens if you do this. This should be a single lane road only. Good to know, thank you. I did not realize that yet. That was strange to me, but I haven't used single lane roads much yet. Oh yeah, totally. It requires some experience with the game to get into it, for sure. Could also add some parking lots here, making people drive to work from Carabadag if they want to. Have some parking lots here, I guess. Maybe once we have a little bit extra money. Let's see how the harvest will go. I also have to upgrade the dirt roads to gravel, I think. But that won't be a problem. I mean, that is a considerable amount of money traveling along the road. It just will take a while to get there. Transformer is that thing. Okay, let's wait and see. Sometimes, if you start taking loans, you have to make sure you build money-making buildings rather than just expanding population or other things. Sometimes you need population, yes. Okay, I'm still building roads. Excavator should be heading here once the gravel gets delivered. And we'll slowly creep towards the oil well and start running that. In the meantime, we will have the occasional small microbuses come here, providing us with fire safety. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, especially during winter, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe I need 1 or 2 more microbuses to make that consistent. And if it earns us money, we'll set up everything else. If it doesn't earn us money, probably another oil well first. I would like to make sure this makes us money before I start investing into the town, I guess. Right now only 2 things can burn down, the oil well and I think the transformer. The rest should be immune to fire, with natural fire resistance. But yeah, 1 more long road, 1 more short road after this, and we are at the first oil well. If it gets set up and it works, and it makes money, all the better. We'll get the town set up. If not, second oil well should make it profitable. The using foreign workers is a little bit expensive, comparatively. But much less initial investment, of course. Didn't realize the small dumps only didn't took any steel and prefab panels. That means we can just build that with an excavator. Just the groundworks will be enough. It'll give us a little bit extra fertilizer, not much, but at least we have somewhere to dump the stuff. population growth in Carabadag is really bad because of the pollution. I don't think this area is doing very well. Oh god, the heating plant is running full capacity. So much pollution. And as the other areas grow, they will create more more waste that needs to be incinerated. And we also still have our clothing factory. Well, the main goal right now is paying back our loan, and then I think we have to start on the heating plant setup and hope we can get it operational. We will have enough workers that want to drive somewhere to work. We need to create an excess workforce to make sure that people want to drive somewhere to work. Good decision with the distillery and small silo. Was built really quick and is ready to go. Yeah. And also probably more profitable throughout the year. The water should also not get used up too quickly. We're running it at a fifth of the capacity, so like 2 cubic meters per day. So the trucks bringing water should also have some time. And yeah, this road is also getting built in the meantime. Could have more trucks here, for sure. The waste dumps are still working fine. There's still the construction waste and metal scrap in here, but that's okay. This one should be cleared out at some point. I'm a little bit worried about the pollution, but it should be in this area, so it might miss the residential area. And the other alternative I could do is I could build another small heating plant further away, within walking distance of this residential area. Which might be the way to go actually. Have this over here, run 2 small heating pipes into a heat pumping station, and then run that with a large heating pipe into the heat exchanger. Just to get the heating plant out of there. Maybe also relocate it over here. Put it in walking distance to this area. That would create even more pollution over here though. Maybe it should be further away towards this area, spread out the pollution a little bit more. That would put all of the buildings up there within walking distance if it was somewhere in this area. And almost all the residential buildings will be in range if I just build it next to the town. So if we had it here instead of down there, I don't think it would reduce the pollution over here and shift it slightly. We'll shift the pollution generation slightly over. So the concentration of pollution in this area would be reduced quite a bit. The main pollution is on this building. This one is always suffering. I'll prevent people from moving in here for now. This is ground zero pretty much. Okay. This shall hold biological waste, and at some point it will all be turned into fertilizer. I don't know if they can pull partial amounts of fertilizer into the farm. I don't think so, but we'll see. So good. I guess we got all fields done, so we can have a lot more with the vehicles that we do have. Wow. One large farm will do a lot. But these fields will all have low fertility for next year. So we'll have to make use of however much fertilizer we got. And see what we can do with it. I thought this was a lot of fields, but I guess it wasn't. Maybe 3 tractors, 3 upgraded tractors is quite high already. Anyway. And we have to monitor the pollution. Make sure that doesn't become an issue. This heating plant does not run at full capacity. We have a very low amount of population here, and I don't want to increase the amount of population, I have to say. I'm gonna try allow these people to go wherever they want to. See if we are now stable enough where they can make their own decisions, or if they will send too few people to the shopping center again. That will drive down their happiness quite a lot. You will take care of the shopping center, the kindergarten, and the factory. I think it's time to trigger the next research. Logistics optimization. We started it, but we'd never finished it. Let's go through that. In the meantime, I have to set up way more fields though. It would be way easier to set up a lot of fields just in a grid pattern. Maybe I can add a grid pattern. This will need 15... No, actually, yeah, 15 workers is fine. To finish that, start work on that road, after which we will finish the long road to the pump jack, and then we have hopefully an income in this area. I think I'll grab some microbuses. Make sure that fire safety is ensured. The foreign worker expenses are 1,000 per month, but that includes construction. Get 2 more microbuses so we can run through winter and be safe. We are close to having an income here. Does it even work with buses, reducing the amount of workers in a construction site? I don't know. Well, workers do reduce the... Oh, that works, yeah. Yeah, that works. So, as soon as the electronics get delivered, it only works for construction sites that aren't buildings. So, in these ones you can only modify the amount of workers outside of a construction office, so the people that walk there directly. But for infrastructure, for roads, for pipes, for wires, you can set the amount, the maximum amount that it should get, and the buses will adjust accordingly. So this one is picking up 16 when I set it to 15. Rounding issue, but it works. So for infrastructure, for really short sections of roads like these, you could set it, this is 14 workers. It doesn't have a road crane or an excavator, so we will need that amount, but I'm going to round it up to 25. I don't want a total of 50, 25 will be enough. I'll wait for the microbuses to get here. Yeah, I've been using that to reduce expenses a little bit. Money is quite low again. Hopefully we'll have some crops come in soon. I guess I could start production already by importing some crops, but I'll hold off, I think. Our export... Food, more food, clothing export. We'll set you to here. To export alcohol. You can carry 6.5 tons, so we'll set it to 40%. Almost ready with the harvest, 94%. This small field is gonna be first. That's loading alcohol into... Yeah, I said it correctly. It was set up wrong at the start, but it's now loading. I guess I've only been paying attention to the buildings, and it has annoyed me that the buses has brought in hordes of workers early game. Good to know you can do that for 2 electrical poles and 8 meters of road. Yep. But they have changed things for buildings as well. If a building changes construction phase, when a bus is already on its way to pick up more workers and it's on the new construction phase, when it reaches the customs house, it will only pick up 1 worker instead of a full load. It will only bring full amount of workers if the building actually has the resources. So they made a change in that regard, which is quite nice. Harvest should start. And then our food production may start. If everything is in order. We do have to pay back quite a bit of money per month, but with hopefully the distillery and the extra bit of income from the crops, we should be in good shape. Long road is now being constructed. Should get done before winter, and even the pump jack should get done before winter. We do have small oil tankers right now. I will buy a proper large scale one to do the exports. I think this one is cheaper, has less engine power. That's exactly what we need. We'll probably go for one, see how it performs. But I think we will need 2 of them. We'll see. And then see how much money we can earn. And if we don't make enough money, another pump check. And then probably split up the existing trucks, because our US currency is also going down ever so slightly. Once our rubles recover, we can pump more money into US currency, back into US currency. Okay, 2 tons of crops. We're rich. That is 50 rubles. We're running the big bucks now. And you will unload, hopefully. Wait, did you just go back into parking? Where is my crops? It's in there. I guess it doesn't push the crops over until we have enough in here before it starts shoving them into the next building. So we'll have to wait a little bit. And we already made some alcohol. Very good. Is everything working fine here? Enough sellers, enough workers in the kindergarten. Complaints about pub and culture, just a little bit. That should be enough. I guess we can have 3 workers in the pub. We need 6 tons for an export. We're out of money again. Let's make sure we don't run into penalty repayments. Get a temporary loan. Repay that if necessary, if we can. This will hold biological waste, a lot of it. I don't think there's anything else in here. Burnable and other waste can just go into the incinerator. I'll have to set up a distribution from here to drop biological waste. All biological waste into here now for the farm. Money, a little bit, a tiny bit for now. Still waiting on the crops. I guess I did import some alcohol, so that's why there's alcohol in here already. We didn't actually make any yet. We'll export it soon again. Need to fill up the farm first, apparently. This is also a one-way connection just to make it visual. Oh my god. This is not connected. I had this bug already. This is not connected. We have to bulldoze that and rebuild it. That has happened last time when I dragged a road and I released it while dragging. Then it did not connect properly. But no problem. We can work around that for now. We can use 2 trucks to haul crops into the silo, I guess, for now. It's not a long distance. Make sure we can get our harvest in though. So we have to run this while we continue harvesting. Good thing we caught that. Otherwise we would have lost all of our crops. I'm gonna relocate another truck over to that task. Okay, now we're brewing. Now we're distilling. Unfortunate, but it's fine. Gotta be a bit more careful. That also explains why I wasn't able to set the one-way direction. Because it was not hooked up. Okay, we're definitely moving enough crops to the silo. I can probably move 1 truck back to harvest duty. Should probably do that. And yeah, once we have the silo connected again, we're gonna be okay. Excavator is heading here. Demolition will happen fairly quickly. And once the factory connection is in place, we won't have to do anything with crops anymore. We might have more crops than the silo can hold though. Pretty sure. Still no firefighters. Did I set up the route wrong? Get in, get out. Well, I mean, I do need to assign the 2 extra microbuses. That should keep fire safety throughout winter and until we have the pump check. We should earn more than 1,000 per month with 1 pump jack on the western border. Down to 760. If we start exporting more, the price is also going to go down. But yeah, it will also drive down the fuel price for us. So we got 3 loans now, 5,000 per month. We need to start making money. We might have to start running this at a higher capacity just so we can get through all of the crops. There is a lot of crops here. 2 dump truck pickups, or waste truck pickups to remove the waste. Then we'll pay extra attention to make the factory connection happen properly. And the US currency we will earn in the area we will pump directly back into rubles. We still have to have enough money to get electricity via... I guess we could get the electricity via rubles over there, so the only expenses we will have is firefighters. That'll be fine. Driving down the fuel price is going to be good for us. We're having more and more vehicles. Come on, waste truck. Hurry up. Construction waste, customs house. Do you have anything inside? You have construction waste in there already. Alright, there's 2 more pickups for construction waste, right. There's a lot of crops out in the fields that need to be moved in. I would like to not have to get more vehicles, but maybe I have to. More trucks. Only after we have the factory connection though, otherwise they're just going to be sitting around, idling. And yeah, we don't have enough crop storage anyway. Unfortunately. No one working in here? Sure. Ah, game. Why do you do this? Oh, no, someone's working here. Good. Should be ready to export, but we do have to set the export to make sure we don't import alcohol anymore. We either export or distribute it, same as clothing. So now we're just left with food and meat as remaining imports. The amount of crops we have is definitely enough to run another food factory for our domestic demand. I would like to not export food, I think. Unless I have to. Okay, now we should have an income from alcohol. The distribution office for our citizen goods is probably getting a workout. But thankfully that we have warehouses everywhere, it should be able to balance itself over time based on our demand. We do need to set up a proper distribution office though. The biological waste is storing up in here. Burnable and other waste in this one. And over time that should give us fertilizer if it is hooked up correctly. And yes, it is. 2 more pickups. I don't know what the mixed waste is, but I mean it's asphalt, so it's probably some bitumen stuff. Tar. Some tar and whatever else is in that. I mean, I could also export crops right now. 1 truck is not moving because we have enough, so I guess I'll put you on export duty. Loading grain here and driving it to the border. Grain is a high volume good. Happens every now and then throughout the year.
but yeah, let's export some. Once we have the road built, I guess. Almost done paving. I guess we'll have to go to the other customs house until then. I could now go ahead and buy a bunch more trucks to export grain, but I think some lost harvest. How much is the fertility gonna drop by if this finishes? To 10%. I think... I was about to say, I think I could set up this route to dump here and then export if you still have any left. And then assign a bunch of vehicles to that task. Don't send any workers here. It doesn't need any. It's done by machinery. Thank you. Last resource pickup. This is just other waste, okay. We'll need the large grain silo and export crops throughout the year. If we want to run that many fields, apparently. We still have a lot of time to get the harvest in, like the harvest on the fields will finish before November, and then the extra time can be spent on moving the goods out. 2,400 rubles for a truckload full of alcohol, very nice. Pollution does not seem to be an issue here at all yet, but we'll wait until the heating plant kicks in again. Let's check the western border. Almost done with the excavator groundworks construction phase, laying gravel phase. And then it's on to the paving phase. Rolling. Then we'll have to connect the electric substation and build up the pump jack. And we're good to go. Let it build. It's doing a fine job. Could have a few more workers here, but I don't want to disturb the balance of sellers, kindergarten workers. We don't need that many kindergarten workers. Let's drop that down to 5. And a maximum of 10 sellers. And the rest will go to the distillery. And then if at some point you still have workers, I don't know, I don't have a bus stop. We'll open this up to 50 workers. So if you run full of with population, you can send all of them to the distillery and not cause any unemployment issues. Very good. Alright, factory connection. This time it is hooked up. Yep, no icon left. And now I should also be able to set the direction. Alright, now it works. That means we can then move over the trucks back to harvest task and or export. Probably export actually. We have 2.5 months left to get as many crops in as possible. Still have a decent chunk of room here, half the amount. But yeah, the trucks will spend their time way better in the fields or exporting. There's already enough crops here to fill the grain silo up. So I guess exporting would be a viable... Well, we should get the grain silo up, set up first. Filled first, so we can produce alcohol throughout the year. And maybe next year we will have enough money to build the large storage and run the exports from that storage and keep this one filled in the meantime. Keep providing sport to this area, please. An export will run every 6 tons, at which the truck will start and then it will arrive here, giving us 2,400 rubles. We'll repay 1 loan. Do I know how many fields are needed to run 1 boost factory for the year? No idea. It's variable now with the fertility, so it's not clear anymore. At 100% you could do the math, I guess, since you know how many crops are needed per day at full capacity. So you could calculate that down, and I think a large field would be 180 no, it's even more, 240 tons of crops? Something like that? I thought it was 180. Maybe this already has the 45% fertility boost factored in that we had. So... and also my fields are not perfectly square, so it doesn't work that way anyway. They're more set up for aesthetics. Alright. You can go back to the farm, since we don't have many crops in here anymore, since the fields are getting further and further away. So we need more trucks on harvest duty. We'll probably finish the factory connection quite quickly. Export is still fine. You will, however, not export from the farm, but from the silo instead, once we have the factory connection made. Decent amount of income for the last 2 months, covering our loan repayments and giving us some extra. As we pick up pace with the distillery, yes, we will have some pollution issues here. I'm wondering if I should make a distillery here and running with parking lots. Would be further away from Tuseni itself, but right now we needed some money, so this will do. And this can also continue running this way for our domestic supply, because it's producing way more than we're using domestically anyway. Need to pick up water soon. Unfortunately, I don't have a... Do I have a water connection? Oh, I do have a water connection. Excellent, so it will receive some water from here anyway, until the water truck gets back, so it won't run dry. The technical service will help. It's just that if this building were to run full throttle production, this water will start going down because it can only replenish 0.5 cubic meters a day with a passive water connection like this. I think. Also generates a lot of sewage, I guess. Might have to have another sewage truck in our technical service. Or just dump it in the river. Factory connection is up. You're gonna go back to work in the farm. I'm gonna fill everything up, and if it fills up and we still have more, some extra trucks will be put on export duty. Okay, we moved over all of the oil trucks to the small customs house. Income looks very good. We'll get settled in on the western border. Road construction over there should be progressing nicely. Paving is happening as we speak. And after that, pump jack, substation, and we have our export on the western border set up as well, which will fund the construction of Swidava. The electricity from this area will happen from this customs house. So all the euros currency we earn can be spent on building construction, and if we run out of US currency we don't have to worry, because we're still getting electricity from that border. I guess water and sewage could become a problem, but that will happen after we have residents in the area. And once we have people living there, we don't need foreign workers anymore. At least not for manning the fire station. We will probably still continue using foreign workers for building construction because it's a very small town and I don't think it can provide any workers for building constructions for us. Looks like disabling passengers waiting here was the right choice. All they're complaining about now is electronics, since they wait at home and then pick what they can do rather than going here waiting until they can get electronics and then doing other things. So I think this will be an overall net gain for happiness. I think we went up, what, 1% already. So yeah, disabling passengers had a net benefit. Makes it harder to see when something goes wrong, because you can't just click the bus stop and check. But in our case it'll be fine. Almost full. So many crops. We won't be able to get in much harvest next year though, because we won't have that much fertilizer, and the fields are not going to be very high percentage, so there will probably be a very large amount of lost crops. Unless I send all the trucks out to export to the border now. I don't want to spend a huge amount on vehicles right now. I think I'll just take the loss in crops. Maybe get one more truck for exporting. 10 tons for... It's 240 rubles per truck, which is a third of the oil price, but we have way more of it. Sure, let's get 2 more trucks if we can. 1 more truck. Assign it to the grain storage export. Start it up. Probably get another truck. Carabadag clothing factory was on fire, but it was extinguished. Very good. Haven't had a fire in quite a while. That also triggered the building maintenance, so we'll have to get some concrete steel, which is going to be very costly. Bricks and boards. So getting the vehicle right now was probably not the right choice. We might have to refresh one of our loans. Let's take another 100,000 and pay back that one. That should give us hopefully enough money to get the steel in. Also, it looks like we did an export. We'll get another truck for crop exports, I think. Keep the harvest going as much as possible. We'll have to relocate the trucks doing the export. Probably just keep them in the farm actually. Otherwise they'll drain the crop storage for the distillery if we don't pay attention. So I will probably have to keep you on the farm instead, even though it's a little bit longer travel distance. It'll make sure we don't export any crops meant for the distillery. And at some point we'll have a distribution office doing that. Oil price going up, I mean, sure. Either the oil price goes up and we earn more money for oil, or the oil price goes down and our fuel price goes down. Yeah, the oil price dropped significantly, but seems like it'll be stable for now. $700 rubles per 9 tons. I mean, we could also set a truck to do alcohol exports continuously. That could leave this area without a police vehicle to move in though, since they do require a parking lot. Well, seems to be running okay-ish. Electronics, 4 complaints about pub. Seems like those things do happen. We had a population growth this year, which is also nice. Very small population growth of like 40 people. Well, that's mainly because of pollution. 414 to 360, 370. It's about 40 to 50 workers. Better than last year, where we lost population. We have 1 more month before snow starts falling and all of the crops go away. I think the fertility in these fields might not reset if you don't harvest it. I'm not sure. Also, yeah, looks like we might need 1 more harvester if we want to get all fields in. Don't seem to have enough capacity in that regard. Okay, you move out here. You also move out. Go here. Definitely have enough crops in storage. I don't know if the grain storage is going to last throughout the year, but we'll see. We're producing at maximum, let's say 10 workers, which is a tenth of the capacity, so 3 tons per day in crop consumption. That would require 100 days to use 300 tons plus another times 3, so 300 days to consume 900 tons of crops. So we probably have enough to last most of the year, but not quite. Have a little bit internally here, but that is what we were exporting right now. It will not last throughout the whole year. If we go over 10 workers, we don't have enough for sure. Could also push some crops in here by some trucks, I guess. Let's just run exports for now. Maybe we can set the grain silo up, which will allow us to continuously run exports from this area. We will need at least 100,000 rubles to get that built, I think. At least in the bank. We don't need 100,000 quite, but I'd feel safer if we do have that amount of money in there. And then next time we do such a large harvest, we'll be in a better position. And we need less trucks to export then, because we can export throughout the year rather than just on harvest season, where we run into capacity issues. Yeah, large amounts of crops not being harvested. That's probably 600, 800, that's more than 1,000 tons. We should set up the large grain silo. And then we can have one truck carrying from here into this grain silo at all times, to make sure this one always stays filled. And the rest will just get a harvest. And then 3 trucks maybe continuously running export throughout the year from this silo. Until we, at some point, get a train set up to do that. Half a month left until snow starts falling, approximately. Almost set up of the road here. 2 more deliveries of asphalt. 3 more deliveries of asphalt. And then, yeah, the remaining construction. Still have to roll it, will take a while. But the snowplow in the area can keep that road cleared. Probably tell the snowplow to not go out of here, and then increase its range to 2 kilometers. So it will not go past this point. The other snowplow also only goes up to here and turns around. I mean, we could set that up explicitly that way. I'll be fine. Okay, just keep going. I'll check back in a month. You should auto-assign yourself the construction of the pump jack, but I do have to set up the electric substation. I'm tempted to just say everyone from this building go here and use a lot of crops, because we would be using 30 tons per day. But that would cause a little bit of unhappiness if they can't do anything else. Might be worth it though. Or I could just get some people relocated here, but they will also be really unhappy because of that. Maybe I should just fill up the area with migrants from third world countries, which would use up US currency, which I need to build the next settlement. I think we'll just have to wait and take the loss. It'll also be interesting to see what happens to fields if the crops rot away without them being harvested. They should retain their fertility to some extent, I think, but the game might just say, okay, everything is lost and fertility reset to 0. Because if you harvest something on a field and you let it lay there and rot, then the nutrients are going to go back into the ground partially. At least I assume they would. You're not digging them into the ground to spread the nutrients more. You don't spread them very well, but some of them should still go in there. Looks like the sewage truck is being overworked. Actually, it's not. We have one sewage truck standing around here. It's fine. The sewage truck was loading, but it wasn't able to load everything. But yeah, seems to be okay. Small clinic on fire. And a low amount of firefighters was able to put out the fire, so it's okay. So yeah, I guess we'll work on the grain silo next year. Should be able to save up the money until then. It would be nice if we could repay the loans first, but right now our income is doing well. Road has been paved. We'll need the roller. Roller is here. The roller and the paver could also be relocated in this area for future road constructions. I mean, this is the last time we need the paver and roller for now. The next time we need them, they will be in their own construction office over here. So we should be okay. $10,000 in import. Materials are really expensive. If only I had access to my asphalt and concrete plant and gravel over here. I mean, if I set up a wooden bridge, we could. It would just take ages to get the stuff over here. Oh, we have started rolling this road also. Progress. At 15 workers we will be running out of crops before... I guess we don't need to last a full year. We need to last from end of November until August, I guess. So maybe the crops will last most of the way. We're also getting some biological waste, which will be dumped into the fertilizer storage. We've used up all of the fertilizer already, which is fine. I don't need to re-fertilize all of the fields if I don't have the capacity to harvest everything. So I guess the large grain storage is not immediately urgent. And we're only going to harvest fields that have 100% or more fertility, so some of the fields will just rest next year. Research 3/4 of the way done. Yeah, we do need Svidava. For the research at least. Halfway done with the rolling. Snow can start falling any minute now. Might have to export some money from rubles into US currency while we get this area set up. But first let's see how much money we earn with a pump check. I can also consolidate my oil exports into a tank to evenly use all of my vehicles. Like, it seems like there's one too many on this route occasionally, but that might just be due to refueling and the vehicle taking a little bit longer. I think most of the time the pump jacks are not busy. Like, not overly busy. Like this, we'll have a vehicle arrive here with already having extra oil for a new one. We will have to get the road set up to get Western vehicles to export this oil for us, because the Western vehicles are much higher volume. So I guess we'll have to start work on the bridge and connect both of our setups, and then we'll get some trucks with US currency here to export oil for us. I would like to scrap those vehicles and make use of the materials and not just delete them, which would cost us money. Well, once everything has rotted away, we'll queue up the upgrade of all roads to gravel, as they are currently. I think we can do that. At least the ones near the center, like the outer edges one will leave open as dirt, because we might still want to change them, like this segment will not upgrade. Just to leave the option open to change things here. Everything that is already connected to a field can probably be upgraded. I don't want to upgrade the connections into the field though. I guess it doesn't really matter. We could queue up everything. That's good. That's good money. Not complaining. Okay, so I think we can check how many crops we have here. Within a kilometer, crops. In buildings. It's not that much. I thought it would be way more, but it might already be rotting away. Seems like about 400-ish, 500. I mean, not everything has been harvested yet, so we also don't have enough harvesters. Okay, let that work. We will not build the grain silo, I don't think, because harvest next year will be much worse. Because this year it was really good because all the fields had ideal fertility, because they were laying around by themselves for a very long time. $200 days for rolling that road. Don't have any waste pickup here yet, but that is not a concern. They can just create pollution. I don't care. The waste, if it fills up and doesn't get picked up, dissipates into pollution, which is not small amounts of pollution. it is world-ending levels of pollution that can get generated. Maybe we should research towards waste separation so we get our own fertilizer and make the farms way more efficient. And then increase our throughput on food factory, distillery. I mean, I need to go towards a vehicle factory, but a vehicle factory does not make us any money. It basically prevents us from using money for buying new vehicles. At some point our vehicles will have to be replaced. And then I'd rather have a warehouse full of them than spending a bunch of money and upgrading them manually, which would be painful. We also still need a vehicle dealer here, a car dealer, to sell cars to citizens. All in due time though. How's the research going? Almost done. Also, we don't have the research for alcohol standards, so this alcohol might be produced to well, substandard levels pretty much. Income is really good. I don't think the oil tank would give us extra money. We could make it so that everything is balanced out quite well, but I also don't want to overdo the oil export. We still have the western export to go. We're up to 1,000 rubles though. The oil price increase is really nice. Yep, but it's coming back down again. So, no expenses down here. We'll just have our 3 pump jacks occasionally running exports. And then we'll add on top of that with the exports to the west. Once we finish rolling that road and building the last 2 buildings that we need. I'll hook up the substation with a dirt road for now to get it constructed very early. So they can build both buildings at the same time. And yeah, hopefully it'll make us enough money where we can build up Swidava. It's taking quite a bit longer. But I think this is the correct way. Make sure we can earn money before we start building and then running out of money. With the extra rubles, we could shift it into US currency and fund that construction. The way we did fund the construction of the farm and other buildings in this area, where we shifted over a few $100,000 US. But shifting money loses you money a little bit if you do it with electricity, for example. Because the buy price and sell price are always a little bit lower in either direction. Okay, I think the harvest is done. There's still a few tons of crops on the field, but it's negligible. So, no more exports. Go back into the farm. You two, and you two. I don't know if they will unload their crops if they go into the farm. I assume they will. Okay, guess I'll drive to a big field first before realizing that they're still full. But yeah, all of the crops will have rotted away by now. At least, yeah, the important stuff. We produced how many crops this year? And will give us a good indication of how many crops we can produce at full capacity on solid fertilizer. 4,000 tons. So 800 tons storage, not quite enough. But the grain silo that we do have planned, which is I think 6,000-ish tons, this one. 5,600 tons would be enough for one harvest. With the current amounts of fields that we have. If I have more fields, I would need more storage. So I would probably need another grain silo. But this is not meant to hold a whole harvest. This is meant to have enough room in here so we can get vehicles in and do export or shift it around elsewhere. This should not hold 10,000 crops, in my opinion. It might be also the nation's storage of crops. It could be that as well. That's fine. But that's not the way I want it to be right now. Okay, we'll continue making alcohol for money. We'll continue exporting oil for money. We'll check our exports for the year. Oil taking the majority at 300,000. Clothing being half of that. Alcohol starting up recently. Looking very good as well. And crops, just so we didn't lose everything. Yeah. Seems to be fine. If the oil price comes down a little bit, we should still be making a decent chunk of money. Is the road done? The road is done. Construction has started. We'll hook up the substation and queue it up for construction as well. Unassigning the workers to bring the resources here first and do the groundwork with excavators. And make sure that the construction office that does have the excavator searches for 3 kilometers. And is also assigned again to the queue of construction offices. I unassigned the construction office for workers though. That was not my intention. I wanted to assign the electrical substation from your list, not the construction office of the list of construction offices. Groundwork for the pump check. In the meantime, bring the resources here for the groundwork for the electrical substation, and that's the last 2 buildings to start with the export. And then we'll see if 1 truck is enough. I assume I might need 2. That's going to spend the rest of our US currency. But we'll try with 1 truck first. I'm gonna get it right now, because I do have to pay for at least 1. We don't have anything in red, unfortunately. This one would exist in red, but it's slightly more expensive and the engine is slightly more powerful, which I don't want in this case. It also has a little bit extra capacity, but my goal here is saving money. I guess we're gonna go for the green one. We can pay for 1 more, but let's hold off until now. For now, not until now. Excavator will take a while to get here. But after that, delivery of steel, delivery of mechanical components, some workers. We will need 150, we'll need like 25 workers, but since it is a building, we can't set it, unfortunately. So we'll just take a full load of workers and finish it as quickly as possible. Population has dropped a bit again because of winter and the heating plant kicking in, which will also give me a showcase of what the pollution looks like in Dušený now. I can check that by looking at the buildings. No issues with pollution here. Life expectancy is still close to 80. It was like 79, 77 before. Seems to be okay. We'll have to see how it looks like in January or February, after the heating plant has been operating for a while. So yeah, having a residential area in a triangle of factories, while it is very convenient for walking distances, not that great for pollution. Don't think the incinerator is a problem. I think it's those 2 killing these people. 47 years life expectancy, 59. Yep, they don't have a very good time in here. Even those people are affected. Maybe the incinerator does cause problems. This is a very large pollution radius. Maybe the incinerator is actually causing things. I don't think so. I think this is all the radius of the heating plant and then this overlapping with it and causing pollution in the overlapping area, which is exactly where the residential buildings are pretty much. Would be easier to see if we had a pollution monitoring station, but right now it's guesswork from experience, I guess. Last construction phase, let's assign the workers. Last construction phase for the substation as well. So get that set up. A little bit of waste hasn't hurt anyone. I had a town almost die for not picking up waste. It was crazy. It didn't give any warning whatsoever. It was just like everyone left or died because no one picked up the waste anymore. It was crazy. Okay, if we come back in 15 days, we can set up the delivery route to the pump jack. And then once the electrical substation is set up, we will have export in that area. A little bit more than on the eastern side per vehicle because the capacity is almost double. So 2 vehicles should be enough, and it should make us a decent amount of money. More than the foreign workers will cost. And then we can use that extra income to build the settlement, which will allow us to keep everything repaired, keep the vehicles repaired with the planned repair station, and stop using foreign workers. Right now things are looking very well with the added income. And since we're not doing any construction, that also helps. I did not forget about not doing any construction until we repay loans. This technically made us money, so I guess it was fine. Research completed. Now we need another settlement to start and finish the research for the distribution office. And that is going to be Swidava. Am I going to build more roads in the meantime? I mean, I want to get closer to Swidava. I want those western vehicles here pretty much. We'll have to have a bridge crossing here. Can I make the bridge already? I wanted to elevate this first, because this is very flat. A bridge going across here looks really kind of silly. Maybe I should move an excavator here first to do just that. A fire. Carabadag indoor pool should be fine. Can't do anything on short notice, I don't think. Okay, let's take a look. Maybe we can do something if something goes badly. Fire trucks are on their way. Okay, that's fine. We'll upgrade this road, get it constructed. We'll plan a road in parallel as well, which will not get constructed yet. And then we'll build a free vehicle depot and start raising this area a little bit to get a bridge that looks a little bit more sensible. Still need that technical service over here at some point. Got our pump jack. This one only needs electronic components. But yeah, in the meantime, we can set the truck up to do its route already. 16 tons of oil. To the customs house. Then we'll see if we can get a second one or not. And if we get a second pump check or not. And if the income in US currency is so high, or is very high, then we switch the electricity back over to US currency and do a small import into rubles. To give us that little bit of extra income. We do have to save up money for more vehicles in this area though. I don't know if we have an ambulance. Do we have an ambulance over here? We do not. So we do need an Eastern ambulance to take care of things. Or maybe one becomes available at some point. Nope. No US based ambulances. NATO based ambulances. Unfortunate. Okay, workers and road crane, well, no road crane, just workers heading here. 51 workers will finish this if their productivity is high enough. Then we'll have electricity and we can do an export. Those vehicles look so cool. Where's the bus? There's the bus. Yeah, those new vehicles they somehow feel higher quality than the old ones. Because they have a little bit of like edges sticking out. I guess I haven't really looked at, I only remember the boxy microbuses. I haven't looked at other buses recently in close detail. Nope, they have the same thing. They have edges sticking out where they should on the roof. Looks very nice. Okay, got electricity. Now we'll see if we need two or if one is enough. And then we'll make a decision in regards to constructing Swidava. Food factory and meat production are also on the agenda, I think. For future settlements. Not sure if that will take precedence over getting... Well, I guess we can build those settlements with those production lines up. Because we will need a lot of settlements to get towards a vehicle production line. With our current restrictions. The price in oil is higher in US dollars than in rubles right now, which is also good. So we'll have to wait and see how far the pump jack fills. If this fills up before this vehicle makes its trip to the customs house, then we need another one. And yeah, it looks like it definitely will. It's already at one ton. Let's get another tanker. Two of them should be enough. But I guess the distance is quite long, I don't know. Looks like two of them will also not be enough. I don't have enough money for a third one. So they will have to earn... They will have to earn enough money to make me buy a third one first. It'll take probably 8 trips then we'll get a third one set up. And maybe also work on another pump jack. This one's idling right now. Yep, definitely need more vehicles. We'll get enough vehicles to run that continuously. The quality is quite high on that pump jack, so we'll make the most out of it. Okay, so we also have to see if we earn enough money in regards to foreign manpower. That is the other thing. We have to spend 1,200 US dollars per month on foreign workers for the fire station, and we'd much rather have some citizens live there because it would cost us less. But yeah, first enough oil exports to earn us some money. We'll work on repaying the loan. Tuseni pub is on fire. Tiny amount of firefighters, no problem. Those small fire trucks are really good, feels like. How's the pollution? It's end of January. No pollution noticeable here at all. Okay, that's great. Pollution is probably all over here. Maybe I should relocate the clothing factory. Maybe that would solve everything, because this one is running quite high. I think the heating plant by itself will not cause pollution for the citizens. I think the right choice might be, for now, to relocate the clothing factory down here. So the pollution is all in this area, and that will allow us larger population growth into Carabadag. We have electricity, water and sewage, and we make sure everything is in walking distance here. Then that should be possible, although I don't really have room to get a footpath down here. Maybe I should remove the garbage container stand and put it somewhere else. And I could run this down here. Or I just upgrade the road, that would be the other option. Pump check in Svidava is on fire. Well, that's our test, I guess. We did bring firefighters here. Not enough firefighters. There's a microbus. Okay, thank you. So the firefighters have also paid for themselves, I think. Very good. Thanks to the road being cleared, the firefighters were here quick enough. Before we start building construction offices and residential infrastructure, we'll get another truck for exports, and we'll also set up the construction office in the area to make construction automatic. One truck pays for the foreign workers pretty much, and they can run way more than one truck per month. We'll pay back the loans in rubles and then set a slight export back to the US currency. And I think I'll relocate the waste storage here. This one was mostly meant for... well, it's not really meant for much. It was mostly meant for the fire station, because I think the other buildings already have enough okay, the heating station can go here, and this one can go into multiples. So this one is overkill, this one will be demolished. As will the road leading into it. I'll get another waste truck picking up waste. So to speed up demolition a little bit. And then we need to make sure to test if we can hook up a footpath coming down here to the factory. See if this one can reach these residential buildings, maybe all of them. Still need a connection over here. And yeah, we have the clothing factory in this area. I think the pollution issues would go away by themselves. If not, then I would also remove the incinerator. Although we are not running it right now. Oh yes, we are. Okay. My bad. We'll wait until we construct anything of this. Until we know that the footpath can reach down here. And the fire station will get a small waste storage next to it. I don't like these small waste storages, but it would be enough. Once the road has been demolished, it'll turn into a dirt road, and then they can continue demolishing this one with an excavator. Like now. Oh, I guess they have to first empty out the waste that was in the garbage containers before they started demolishing the demolition. This footpath might have to be an asphalt footpath. It is quite far away, we might have to build it somewhat closer. Going to ask what may be a dumb question, but why am I placing garbage outside the building? Buildings have an internal waste storage, but it is really, really small. It's only 0.12 tons. And even the larger residential buildings have the same waste storage, so for small residential buildings it's fine. The waste truck will just go from building to pick everything up. But these ones have a very high chance to overfill and cause pollution if a truck isn't going there often enough. That's why I like to consolidate that into these garbage stands, because they have much higher capacity. 0.12 tons versus 52 tons. So even if a truck doesn't go here, this can fill up quite a while longer before anything happens. And it will also work better with recycling. So I like these large garbage stands a lot. I'm not very fond of these small ones because they seem very low capacity for what they are. But I guess they help you to consolidate all of the waste pickups from all of the residential buildings into one. So the truck just has to go here instead of go here, then go here, then go here. Everything is in this waste storage then. Well, maybe not the university, that one is not in range. But you get what I mean. So the large waste stands are really good for highly populated areas. Especially if you do recycling, you can set a container here for biological waste, and once you have 6.5 tons of biological waste, it'll get picked up. I haven't run a lot of waste trucks. I haven't tried running no garbage stands. Not sure if that one would still be fine. I always like the idea of running these, because it means I can run the skip loaders and not run trucks that often. Only have trucks run when they need to. I did want to get a road clearing vehicle here. Oh, we need to upgrade the roads in the farm to gravel. I have very little time to do that, because I did start it too late, but it's fine, I think. We don't have many farms to run through next year, so as the farms open up after construction, they may start sowing in them. Should be okay. And all of these roads should be long enough where they... well, most of the roads should be long enough where they can be done by machinery. Your city is all 30 and 40% and are in the green at all times? Okay. Well, I did use it right away and I haven't tried any other way. I ran into pollution issues at some point. And it has been a staple of my setup for a very long time. Because it means that these trucks come out when there's a considerable amount of waste already present, rather than starting to drive around when only 0.12 tons of waste is present. So yeah, it's just collecting all the waste and centralizing it a little bit more for pickup. It's probably necessary if you have high population density. If you have a building with 500 people living in there, they will probably overfill that waste storage before the truck has run from the technical service to the building itself. But with the default buildings, I think it's probably possible to run without. Like the 160, 170 workers that live in here. Could probably put it close, depending on how far the technical services are away. But if you have them running to building, from building to building all the time anyway, then you probably don't even notice. Because they're always out on the road picking up waste. Okay, some biological waste turning into fertilizer, which the farm can use at some point. We could also start building multiple roads, I guess. Could hook up in here. Also, this field can get start sown. We'll have tractors running through here though, which is less ideal, but there's not that much traffic on that road anyway. This should be built, please. We did have a little bit of income in February. It's taking a while though. Okay, you are waiting for more trucks. One truck hasn't been started yet. My bad. I thought I set it on the line and started it, but apparently I just set it to the line and didn't click start. We're still poised to pay back our loans before we start exporting rubles into US currency again. But things are looking quite well. Money is not a concern right now. At some point we'll start having to repair a lot of vehicles. We'll start have to replace a lot of vehicles. I still need to set up the scrapyard in the next 10 years, I think. We should be in range, yeah. And yeah, we'll slowly open up some fields for sowing. It'll take a while. This year will not be... I don't plan for a large harvest, let's put it that way. They did put a lot of fertilizer onto the fields though. I mean, all of the fields would be ready, but I don't want that. Maybe I should stop getting fertilizer. I don't have the capacity. Or should I start... I guess I do have 80,000. I could build the grain storage. Let's build the grain storage. Screw money. Let's build the grain storage. Get that set up. Hello, the bull. the 33 bull. The ball. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. So more fields is definitely not something we need right now. But if we have the other grain storage, we should be able to harvest everything and then slowly export it throughout the year. With one truck going from here to the grain storage to make sure this one always stays filled. And then the rest just continuously exporting away from here. This will cost us our current money, like 80,000 I think, plus a little bit extra for getting some cement and bitumen. But it might be okay. If we can get all the harvest in rather than losing it all, I don't think I'll mind. And it'll also set us up to build... well, technically it would set us up to also build a fabric factory here. We could produce our own fabric for the clothing factory. That one would need to run at half capacity because it can provide enough fabric for 2 clothing factories. It also needs a lot of water, which we could bring by a dedicated water truck, and some chemicals, which can be done by a distribution office. Waste storage is gone. Let's get rid of that. Set up a planned footpath here. And check the walking distance. It does not reach. What if this were an asphalt footpath? It reaches 2 residential buildings. What if, well, if we upgrade this, we'll upgrade it. We will have the clothing factory in this area. Okay, this does not provide enough capacity, enough distance. We need to build it somewhat closer. We'll get it set up here. Cancel that. Thank you for the follow, Hoysater. Thank you very much. We'll set up. What was it? Clothing factory. We'll set up a clothing factory over here. That's 420 meters. Might be a little bit close. Still a little bit concerned about the pollution. This is the furthest we could go. And now we have all of these and one of these, which I think are enough. I think we'll relocate our clothing factory down here and see if that solves the pollution issues. Because the clothing factory is the factory that runs the most, and combine that with the heating plant, this might cause issues. And I guess we'll set up a gravel road here for fire emergency vehicles. This also should have its own waste storage, so the biological waste in it could be recovered. We can plan for that in the new clothing factory. Hopefully that'll bring the reduction in pollution that we need. And if we also then remove the heating plant at some point, we can have a fabric factory in this area. Outside of town, within walking distance, providing fabric, maybe with a warehouse in between that we can then use as a pickup location, because fabric is also used for vehicle repairs, so having some extra fabric would be helpful. needs to be closer. I mean, this will need its own water supply anyway. The fabric factory doesn't need high-grade water. 85% quality, which could be provided by a water well. But it still needs drinking water. But yeah, fabric factory, maybe a different settlement anyway. These resources are such small quantities that they could be transported by truck, rather than just having everything next to each other. And sewage, which is the same amount as the industrial water input, yes. If we run these at high volume, then the water throughput here would be quite immense, but thankfully we have a river nearby there where we can put all the water discharge into. Which we should probably already do for our distillery, since we have started exporting a bunch more wastewater. It's costing us 7,000 last year. It's gonna be quite more this year because of the distillery. So building a sewage discharge wouldn't be the worst. The distillery is quite far away from everything, but if we have a sewage discharge over here, I think that would be the shortest distance. If I build one here and share it between both of them, I would only have to build one though. But that would be quite a long pipe, and elevation would be okay, but we would have to dig through quite a bit of mountain. I mean, this is also a mountain, so I guess I'll set up a sewage discharge over here and set up a pipe. I mean, I can also set up 2 sewage discharges. They are not that expensive. Be prepared for pollution in this area next to the bridge. One-time cost versus continuing cost. Yep. Well, the flexibility of trucks is that if you set up a new building, they just go there and you don't need more trucks. So the initial investment is quite convenient. But at some point you're using a lot of money just to keep things running. Should we give our bridges names? Or is that weird? Let's see. We'll have to go to this one. We need a sewage switch, which can also handle the sewage made in Duceni. That is fine. And I guess it only has to go to that one, because that is the only sewage switch we have. This is higher elevation, I believe. So if we have the sewage switch over here, can we connect the pipes? Medium sewage pipe should be enough. Then I always like running high volume sewage pipes for fear of running too much through them at some point. But in this case, one sewage pipe should be enough. A medium one. It's mostly prefab panels and some boards, gravel and concrete. We're producing ourselves. It'll take a while to dig. But yeah, I think we'll set that up. I will set up another sewage switch here though, because there will be a settlement and a heating plant in the area, so it'll make sense to have the ability to connect things in this area. So we'll set up a sewage switch next to the road. What if I draw you that way? That'll work. Name tag under the bridge could be the name of the Warstock River, same on your northern bridges. Warstock wasn't really a name that I chose myself. Warstock was just the game placing a tag there. We'll put a large pipe here. There might be multiple sewage connections coming in here, so we'll be prepared. Okay. We'll set that up. We'll make it semi-permanent with gravel footpaths. No asphalt footpaths necessary. I guess we could name it Warstock River. And the water park that we're building up next to it now. Okay, Warstock River it will be. Yep. Sounds good. We are still building the silo, right? It hasn't had any gravel or asphalt deliveries made recently. We should set up the silo as a priority to be ready for whatever harvest we can do. Since all the fields do have enough fertilizer. Yeah, we should work on the silo. We have enough money for another truck. Let's see if we need one. I believe we will. We are pumping. Where's the next truck? This one has just left. Over halfway full. The other truck is not back yet. There it is. So yeah, one more truck and then the pump check would never start pumping. We'll get one more truck. Which will take all of our money. But this time I won't forget to start you on your route. Okay, so we'll get some money, some income, and start working on, well, everything else in the area to get our next settlement. There's an excavator down here waiting for a bunch of gravel. There we go. Now we're having asphalt. And the construction phases after that will take all of our money. But at least we will be able to harvest all of the crops. Not sure if we can put them in storage. We might have to get more trucks. Roleplay is definitely what I'm going for. I guess not roleplay, but like making things look a little bit more realistic. Starting with the infrastructure being a little bit more curved, looking a little bit more natural. The settlements abiding by the curve. And then I guess we could name landmarks to make it a bit more roleplay, a bit more realistic in that regard. Wouldn't be opposed to that. Looks like we're short on excavators. I like it too. Let's see if we can drastically reduce the pollution. I hope this will bring a good amount of reduction in pollution to the area. We can still leave that building, but I think it will be demolished. The machine wear and tear is up soon, so maintenance would start quite soon as well. And I guess we will just demolish it before then. We'll have to relocate all fabric, we'll have to export all clothing, and then we can demolish it. Lots of biological waste. The biological waste is all made by ourselves. So this is not imported biological waste. We do, however, import fertilizer into this farm, which we might have to stop doing. So we start using our own fertilizer. I will restrict fertilizer imports to 10%, which is quite low. It's basically only 2 truckloads of fertilizer. But once we've used up all of the fertilizer in the farm, that means this fertilizer will start being used, hopefully. Okay, construction of the grain storage is happening. Without road cranes right now. They are on their way though, are they? 1, 2... yeah, they are, okay. So we'll get that set up before harvest season. Maybe we'll have a few more fields. We still have May for sowing. We might need some more trucks to bring in the harvest. And then yeah, 1 truck, as I said, from the silo to this silo, and the rest of the trucks that we buy could run exports. Enough trucks to run enough exports for making sure that we can bring in the harvest after that as well. We might not even need to bring in trucks for export. We can just leave the grain there and then just let the fields lay fallow the next year without running any fertilizer import. That would also be an option. Okay, good income over here as well. Already paid back 5,000 for the truck that we bought. We should see trucks waiting here to load now, so 3 trucks should be sufficient where we don't have the pump jack run idle at any point. Except for these trucks have a weird habit of refueling and get stuck for a little bit, but most of the time this should be operational. Now should I get a second pump jack with 3 more trucks? They are bringing quite a bit of money. The main concern being that if I run too many export vehicles, the price is going to drop significantly. And right now the curve seems to be heading downwards. So I think before I go ahead and build another pump jack, I should probably start work on the residential area instead. So we'll go ahead and start with the construction office, so that we may relocate every construction vehicle into this area and then start working on everything else. Unassign the workers. Not there. No, that was the wrong one again. From here. Damn it. Alright. So any import we do will be fine. We don't have to micromanage it. If we run out of money, should still be okay. The electricity from this area should come from the eastern border. This does not import any electricity. So the pump jack will continue running, providing us with money as we slowly build up Swidava. And the price has dropped to $1,000 for 16 tons. That means about 700 rubles for our small trucks into Seni. 640. Still income, but not as much. At least it'll drive down the fuel price, which is good enough. Need more concrete deliveries. Way more concrete. We only have 3 concrete mixers, I think. I'll get a 4th one. I do like that one. Very high speed. Very good capacity. Large engine power, which is not ideal because it consumes more fuel. Maybe this one costs more because it has less engine power, so it's a little bit more fuel efficient. But no, I want the road speed. We'll get that concrete mixer going. Maybe before the next settlement for food and or meat production, we need a settlement to run our scrapyard. Some of these do need repairs. And some of them sometimes soon they will need replacements. New tractor, definitely don't need any faster tractors right now, but good to know. We got all the steel that we need. Now it's just concrete. Which is good because, well, I'm out of money. Hello Settler, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. How are you doing? Did you stream Workers and Resources too? Did you have a good day? Are you sitting in a room that is way too warm? Hope you're doing fine. We also need enough money to build this up, I guess. Money has become a concern again. But with the continuous oil exports we should hopefully be fine. Welcome everyone from Settler stream also. I hope everyone is having a wonderful start to your week. Smoldering in the heat, but other than that fine. Getting closer to bringing in my first workers into my republic. That sounds lovely. That sounds great. Workers are always a good thing to have, I say, especially in a game called Workers and Resources. Okay, we're out of money again, but still earning. Not gonna take another loan. We might have to take a loan if I want to set up the other clothing factory though, because that one, while it will reduce pollution, will of course need some resources to get built. We'll have to make that decision soon because it will need about 20,000 rubles. Ironically, my construction progress is hampered by usually only having one of the 2 at the site. Workers, yeah, playing workers or resources is a whole different game. Some people do like playing it that way. Why? Maybe you should try and setting up a settlement right away and then using those workers to run your construction only. Basically a fire station and a bus depot, bus platform. So you have workers for the fire station and the construction office. So you don't need any foreign workers. Doesn't have to be a large one. I think like 2 large buildings with 300 workers would be quite well. Would be doing quite well. Basically like this. one building to run all of the stuff in the surrounding area, and then one building that gets sent to the platform for being picked up for buses and doing construction work. I should also tell these ones to not wait here. They have the same issue where they wait for electronics and then don't get anything else done. I'm doing this run completely without electronics, by the way, so people complaining about electronics is kind of the game. Also, it's a little bit cheaper, which is nice. So yeah, this is my settlement Prostelova, which brings workers to gravel processing, asphalt and concrete plant, and also to a bus platform to be picked up. If I set up a new settlement in the fire station that is there, or construction office workers. And that's quite handy. It's very cheap once it has been set up, and it cuts down the cost of construction workers quite well. We're halfway down our crop storage. We have 3 more months to go. I think we'll probably be fine. Don't think this harvest is going to be a good one either, but at least we'll have all of the roads upgraded. I shouldn't have done the road upgrades, I guess. Should have done them slowly. Oh well. We had a west... Oh yeah, we're doing construction on the western border, right? That's why we're having imports right now. We're building a construction office. I need to save up some money before I start any of the other buildings, otherwise they're going to run very small transportation routes. Maybe, although the town's perhaps a year or two from being able to support a decent population already got the first houses built. Okay, sure. I am still running foreign workers on the western border. I don't know how long I ran foreign workers on the eastern border. Foreign manpower. Why can't I see that? There it is. Yeah, you can see stopped that quite early and then started with the western border and running that right now for construction, and this town will not be large enough to sustain a construction, I think. Like, I guess I could add another building and a bus platform to get all of my construction workers from Swidava as well. Minor things that are missing, like heating. Oh, I mean, they can run fine for 3/4 of the year, right? Just let them move in, it's fine. It's like 75% fine. No problem. I don't see an issue. If they have heating for most of the year, what's the problem? They should just save up the heating themselves. My pipes are mostly there. Luckily the geothermal heating plant is on the to-do list. Man, I don't know if I like the geothermal. That feels kind of weird. Does it even make any pollution? I don't remember. The geothermal always felt like it gave you localized heating without much or if any pollution. And that's very strong. Like, I have my heating plant right next to my settlement. As long as I don't go 1,000 people living in the settlement, it's usually fine. Very little pollution, but it's damn costly to build and needs experts to run. Yeah, I guess in the newest version of Workers and Resources, experts aren't as big of a deal anymore. They can show up in your first settlement, so... surface road. Paving. Okay. Still a lot of concrete, but should be done within the next 2 months, and then we have our storage for grain ready. And we also need a little bit of extra money to get the new clothing factory set up. Still doing the groundworks, but this will take 20,000 rubles to build, I think. We can reach 4 of our 6 residential buildings that way, and I think it'll be the right choice to make. Because I think the main polluting factor is the clothing factory. Even if it says it only makes 4 tons, combining both probably causes the issues right now. It pushes that circle out towards this direction. True, but you also need experts to run schools, universities, clinics, so early on they're in high demand. Later on it's very easy. Yeah, I mean, if you have a settlement and you have a university and you have at least 30% initially, it will basically turn everyone into having university education. They just spread quite quickly within 2 years. It does take a while to kick off, and if you don't have enough university educated people to get it going, then it might just stagnate at 20%. So it needs that initial burst to push itself over the limit, and then it starts going crazy. In this game, however, this settlement shouldn't have any university educated population. It still does though. There's no university here, and there's no bus route carrying them to get a education. The workers for the school and the clinic are supposed to drive here by car. But somehow some people move into this area because they like it here more for some reason. No one owns a car in this area. They are all just visiting. People moving in from other town. Yeah, I'm not sure how the natural population growth works. Like, there's enough room here to have people stay in this area, but maybe people from this... I thought only new people moved. I thought like 21-year-olds moved. But I guess they get a university education and then they move. That might be the reason. We really need an excavator to finish the groundworks. I mean, I did set this to high priority, so all the concrete is going here right now. Let's set it to medium, and they send some concrete to the clothing factory. I also need to get that one set up for winter, because our population is not going over 1,450 because of the pollution issues. What I've noticed is that especially from the university halls of residence, they tend to move to just whichever housing is the newest. The newest housing, okay. I haven't used halls of residence in a long time. Do you know if you can move people into the halls of residence by bus? Like, I can have students moved into the building explicitly, or do I need to move them into a bus platform and then they walk into the halls of residence? Like, I don't know how I can automatically move people into the halls of residence right now. It has been so long. I don't know, they might move there automatically. Yeah, maybe they move there with like building, like relocation, like from here to down there. Maybe they move there automatically. They will move there themselves. So they do not need transportation is what you're saying. Okay. So if I had a halls of residence, then people from here would move over to the halls of residence as well. And then they would move back into other towns and villages. Interesting. Increase the priority of this, please. I guess it also needs 6 deliveries of concrete. I guess it's not the most urgent thing, the grain storages, because harvest season is there in like a month. Yeah, finish that one, if possible. Not that we have that many crops this year, but should be enough to get the distillery running through next year. Can kickstart it by relocating some random people into it. Okay. So they know it's there, I guess. I guess I need to... Maybe I should set up a university town. I mean, Carabadag was supposed to be the university town, but now it's turning slightly industrial with having a factory. The incinerator will probably be moved away from here. Running quite low amounts of money. Let's check on our construction office, it might be done. It is done. Relocate you over. Only transporting machinery by vehicle. Relocate the bus and covered hull truck over. The roller, the paver. Get that relocated. And our other vehicles. It's great for equalizing the map, but if you don't have any free flats on the map, they will get cranky. Yeah, they will emigrate. I think at some point they'll just leave. I guess you could always have a flat there that is in the middle of nowhere, so they are encouraged to emigrate. If they move into that flat and then there's no heating during winter, probably a good time to search for some place to live somewhere else. Block the places for other students, they won't emigrate until they're 30. Okay. Alright. Reverse lottery for housing. Ooh, yeah. You have won. You have been made eligible to live into residential block 7B or whatever it was when you played Papers, Please, which was also a good game. Power supply is lacking, that's fine. This one also doesn't have electricity yet. So maybe we'll start work on the electrical substation first. And then we'll have electricity. The mechanisms can get refueled without having to drive to the nearby gas station. And yeah, we'll slowly start working on everything here. While we're funding it all by oil, which is interesting. $1,300 per delivery now. Or I set up another pump jack and slowly start saving for 3 more vehicles. But yeah, as I said, main concern, the price of oil. It's going back up again. Where would another pump jack be and how much quality would it have? This one had 64%. We do have another good quality area up here with 62%. So that's a candidate. 50. I really want a map overlay that always shows everything, rather than having to scroll around and search. This is not high quality, this is fine. Guess we're gonna go for the 50-ish. 60, I mean. Wasn't it 60? 62? then there might be a road going that way. Eventually. And we have a pump check here. Get that set up. We'll work on another pump check first. Increase our money earned. We'll get the electricity set up for this area as well. But yeah, we'll work on a pump check first. Student housing goes a little bit against your car challenge because it will spread uni-educated people across the map. But it will only do that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it will only do that until the buildings are completely filled. And then these people will have offspring and they will not have any university education, except I guess they could move into the housing. I mean, I wouldn't mind that, because then I could focus my vehicles on my personal vehicles on running industry. We can switch that over later if we have like a large town that is just a university with a bunch of room for people to get a university education. We will need to try if it works that way. And then I can slowly shift over to only having personal vehicles to run towards the industries. Right now, this is still quite nice because it provides safety in case these ones do not get a university education, whereas this building only has 5 workers and this one has 23. Also, if you do it that way with a university town, you can consolidate all of your secret police there and make sure that everyone gets the best education only. Whereas with vehicles, I guess we still need a secret police in this one to make sure that only people with a good loyalty of our republic drive towards work. Where are all the excavators? I guess they are all building roads here? That might be the reason. How many excavators do I have? Do I have 3? One is over here. Clothing factory now, okay. Yeah, I have 3 plus a bulldozer. Should be enough. 1 month until harvest season. A bit more concrete. 5 more deliveries-ish. And then we have our grain silo. We do not have enough money to build the clothing factory right now. I hope this brings pollution safety. Definitely want to have the factory away from the residential area. That one was way too close. But I built it with this population in mind, not this one. Loyalty went up a little bit, which is good. I don't think we have any appropriate monuments for the western border. But I guess that's fine. The distillery was definitely the right choice. And yeah, the crops do last, thankfully. And yeah, we have like 1/3 of the fields sown for this year. But it should still be enough to fill the grain storage for the distillery. I can make sure that we push everything in there first. Not use the grain silo over here. And then if this should fill up and we still need more room, I can switch this factory connection around again and move more resources into the grain storage on this side. We all have double roads everywhere, so I can't remove those name tags. Still have to set up a second bridge too. I have to make an intersection somewhere that uses single lane roads. And uses it well. It needs to fit thematically, it needs to fit aesthetically. Okay, got our grain storage. Let's wait for it to catch fire. And hopefully our fire trucks can deal with it. Though we don't have many workers in that. So did turning off the bus platform over here also have the desired effect? Not yet. Everyone complaining about everything. No kindergarten. Let's tell you to send workers to the kindergarten, shopping center. And then if you have any workers left over, you send them to the bus platform. That means we will limit the amount of workers here to like 5 should be enough. And the amount of workers down here to 10, which should also be enough. And then the rest of the workers will go back to the platform, and from there they can get picked up for other tasks. And the workers from the other building can fill up everything else, like the industrial buildings, the school, and so on. We had 4,400 tons last year. Let's see how much this is. Probably a considerable amount less because of these 4 large fields plus this one are all going to be missing. But if we can get at least 800 tons, I would be happy. You need to be assigned sources for materials, otherwise you're not going to do anything. There you go. I know how to play this game. Can we remove that? No, because of the technical service here. Don't need the bypass dirt road anymore here. Still have to set up that road eventually, but that's not critical. Okay, just let them continue working, I guess. We will upgrade the road going to the electrical substation to gravel, just so it looks neat. Then yeah, they can also build this. Oil field west 1. And then remove that name tag. And yeah, the road construction is still open. But we might get a bridge set up here soon, since the paving task is almost done as well. Then we can have a free construction, well I guess, yeah I wanted a free construction office here, or a vehicle depot, to elevate this a little bit, get a bridge across, and then continue on that side. Let's see. The road. Where is it? Over there. We'll probably go over here, curve around, and we'll have a cut across on this side. Maybe here. Or here. This is already somewhat elevated on that side. We have 17 meters, which is good enough. Then we'll elevate this to about 17 meters and have a relatively long bridge on this side, I guess. We'll probably raise the terrain to have the bridge not as long. I did like the very long bridge on the western border. It made it look quite neat. But we can push this out to up at least here, I think. And then raise this to 17 meters and cut across. And that'll bring us closer to actually having both towns connected. And we can bring western vehicles to this area. Harvest has started. 1.1 tons. Amazing. This has turned into fertilizer, so it can be used by the farm. Just need our road connections back. You are missing some gravel, some asphalt. You are being turned to high priority now. I want this to finish. We almost have enough money for the steel. Boards and bricks. I'm not gonna calculate, that's probably like 2,000 or 3,000. Probably a bit more. And the concrete, asphalt and gravel should be fine. Let's turn off fabric imports for our existing clothing factory. Are the complaints gone in Prostalova now? Yes. Almost all of the complaints have been resolved with me making sure that the shopping center has enough sellers and the kindergarten has enough workers. And now this building will spread out between everything else. And we still have some people being able to be picked up by our construction office buses. Things are progressing slowly, but everything seems to be stable and working quite well. Happiness went down by another % again, but that's okay. On the western border we have to set up our town and get rid of the 2.4 thousand that we have to pay each month for foreign workers. But we are earning 11,000 right now, and I'm going to try and push that to 20,000 with an extra oil well. Which we will have to save up money for to get 3 extra trucks. We'll try with 2, but it's probably also 3 trucks. Groundworks for the clothing factory almost finished. That's when we are going to say goodbye to our current money. Might have to take out another loan, or I guess reset one of the existing ones, which I will do. We'll reset that one, which will give us a little bit of money, and this is now back to 100,000. But yeah, the clothing factory if it works the way I want it to, will allow us to have a lot more population in this area. Right now this is not able to grow at all. And this gives us more room, so we could have another fabric factory in the area if pollution does not become a concern. But more likely maybe a warehouse to make this the general supply of our republic for clothing. You don't owe that much, that's good. Yeah. Well, the main thing is I do have a loan, but currently I can work on paying it back. I do have a income that is higher than my loan repayments. So basically all I have to do is not build anything for a while, which is going to make for a bad video, a bad stream, but there you go. Not sure if we need the hospital. I mean, if we can get the pollution under control, and this works very well, we can start raising the population here even more. Which was the initial plan, to have lots and lots of people live in this area. That they can pick a car and drive somewhere. We also need more people to make sure that they can drive to the heating plant. This can be a parking lot, because I know people can reach over here. Alright. Last construction phase. All of the resource imports. All of the vehicles moving. Where are you going? Also clothing factory. Right, it also needs concrete. Where do the people go to? Right now, they drive down here to work in the school and in the clinic. But for some reason they also pick a car to drive here to shop. So they go here and buy meat and other things for some reason. So they like shopping in this shopping center rather than the one up there. Benefit is that they buy more than 100% usually. So once they go into the shopping center, they pick up a lot of resources from here. So they don't have to drive as often, I guess. I've seen people with 400, 450%. But yeah, you're not going to find electronics here. So go drive back home. Let me check. Svidama. I need to assign the new construction office to the list. And check what's going on. Some unfinished roads. Those up there, that's fine. Medium voltage wire and the substation will bring electricity to the area. This road, I guess, is nice to have. If I can click it. I guess it just finished. And yeah, the new pump jack, which we'll have to save 60,000 US dollars for to run the trucks. I do like that very long bridge. It looks quite cool. Trying to elevate this manually and making it shorter just to save on some resources would take away from the realistic look, I think. The western border will also need personal vehicles at some point, although I don't really have the large town yet to require them to drive anywhere else. There's no neighboring village. Maybe we can have our wood be cut over there in this area, in the hilly mountains. Have the wood come from there, be transported all the way down here with a long haul truck. That would be fine. That would be fun. Yeah, I think we'll have to connect our road up and get the wood cutting set up in the western area somewhere. We'll make it a little bit more thematic. This is more like the plains. It does have a lot of trees, but I wish they didn't put like a scattering of trees everywhere. Feels kind of weird. And then here we have the more dense hilly area with a few more trees. And then we'll have a logging camp somewhere. Maybe up here? Maybe closer to the border. Maybe have the logging done next to the power line because that's not dangerous at all. Or maybe over here. Or on the eastern border. Have the logging camp on this outcropping here. There are choices. We'll make our own trees into boards. And then we also have another settlement for another research. And I think that settlement won't get a school. That settlement will just be one residential building again with a bus route for its students, but also parking lots for the people to drive into town to deal with their needs. So they will have to have a university education to live in there, but they will also be able to own cars. So it would just be, I don't know, is one residential building a settlement? Technically it is, right? A residential building with a parking lot and one or two industrial buildings? If we can make it work, that would be quite easy to set up. I guess we would need a heating plant too. Clothing factory coming up. We'll set the existing clothing factory for loading fabric and clothing. So we'll remove all of the fabric from here and shift it over into the new fabric factory. We'll rename this one to Old Fabric Factory. Still have some time with the maintenance. And this one will be, well, it's not Fabric Factory, I just misnamed it, but it's fine. It's gonna be bulldozed anyway. Clothing Factory. You can't remove the name, it's unfortunate. Unless there's a secret command that I don't know. That could also be the case. We'll set up the clothing factory, we'll see what pollution is like, and then I'll probably have to call it for now. I might be back later, but I'm not quite sure yet. I do need a break though. I'm pretty happy that my voice came back though. I've been sleeping for 14 hours today. I've been feeling like... I've been feeling pretty bad. But it's going much better now. Hopefully it'll be better tomorrow. It's gonna be even warmer tomorrow though. Might go shopping with 35 degrees outside, we'll see. Ride a bike. Should keep you cool. Anyway. Almost done. We'll add it for the resource deliveries and shut down the other factory. We will not run both factories at the same time. We'll unload fabric, we'll load clothing. How much clothing was it? 30%? No, 50%. Yep. Okay, so you've just removed everything. No more work in here. We have 0.1 tons of clothing in there. Our prison buses will need to be relocated to the new factory. And this will shut down. And then we'll see what pollution will be like during winter. if this has brought the health and safety that we need for this area. I think it does. I think the incinerator is not the main concern here. Unemployment too high. You're going to the old factory. You're now going to the new factory. Thank you. Pump out a bunch of pollution there, please. It's quite a bit longer footpath-wise, but I think it will pay off. We'll also remove these footpaths. Well, I guess we'll remove this one once they've finished demolishing this, because people living here will also demolish buildings, which is nice. This football playground needs to be connected somewhere. Move it up here. Okay. This is running full capacity again. At some point, maybe a waste storage would be useful to make sure we also use that biological waste. But it doesn't produce as much as the distillery or food factory would. How is it looking in regards to crops? This one is full, as is this one. So we'll have to turn over the factory connection to make sure we use everything. And our trucks may now get the remaining crops from the other fields. The trucks will also be a little bit more efficient because the road is now faster to drive on. So they don't have to wait as much. Up to 69 lifespan, 77, 80. This is recovering very well. Anything above 70 I'm fine with. Like 70 or higher is good enough. 65 and lower is where I usually draw the line and make a change. This building is probably good enough again for people to be allowed to move into. So maybe the heating plant is not urgent yet and we can get some other things set up first. It was probably the clothing factory, although the clothing factory says it only produces 4.4 tons of pollution. And the heating plant produces 7. I guess both of them together just created a large pollution cloud here. And now we've gotten rid of that and created it here, so it's fine. We had a lot of escapes. That's not good. Why do we have a lot of escapes? Why is our police not working? We have to build a large police station, it looks like. Well, that's probably going to be our next task. Get a large police station set up for the area. Apparently a small one is not sufficient. That will be an easy change to make. I mean, I can already plop it down. We'll have a large police station here. This was supposed to be an area for a parking lot, and it can still be, but it will also have, as I just said, a police station. An upgraded police station. I do not want crime to become the main problem. Oh look, happiness went up to 71%. Pollution was apparently really, really bad. No one's complaining about pollution anymore. Isn't that great? I think you need large police because I don't supply enough happiness through electronics. Probably, yeah. I'll build it closer to the main road to make sure that Vorostelova is still covered. This is probably good enough where a small police station will always be enough. This one is running at half capacity. But yeah, we'll upgrade to a large police station to keep our citizens happy and locked up. I mean, the main problem right now is that we are having escapes. Like, if they escape, they just go back into the population and cause crime again, and that ran our police force over capacity. So we have to be quite quick on setting up the new police station and getting everyone caught. Make sure that they stay locked up. I'm not sure why we had that problem though. Not sure why they are escaping. I hope it wasn't because they were currently working in the factory and I demolished it and then everyone escaped. That shouldn't be everyone in here. I think the small police station would still be fine if we kept everyone locked up, but we didn't, so it slowly accumulated and now it has grown over capacity, unfortunately. So yeah, just set up the new police station. This one is running full. I guess it is not running full capacity, it doesn't have enough staff. Yeah, we'll work on a large police station. This town is supposed to grow anyway. We still have enough room here for some more parking lots if we need them. And we'll see where to go from there next time. Take another look at Swidava. Second oil well is being worked on. I'll put that as a notification for myself. And yeah, that's gonna be it for now for today. I'm gonna put a cut in here. And I think this time I am going to raid someone, because I do have a lot of viewers that I usually don't have. So maybe we can find someone who would like that a lot. So, if you want to stick around for a raid, I guess stick around, as I just said. And otherwise, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Wish you a good start to your week. Take care. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.